All right, so note to self. If you get a crime stat, you have to make sure the game registers you in Klesher. Otherwise, you'll have the full service when you, or the full term, whatever it's called. Congratulations, you're eligible. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Scratch that. Scratch last. I'm out of here. Wait. That's not the right way, I don't think. All right, so my stream is unstable. Well, that's good to hear. Unstable. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Why is my stream unstable? Dude. Live. Okay, it says excellent now, so that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Exit menu, maybe? Let's see. Okay, more about Grim Hex. There we go. owe, yeah. I owe David or Eru. How much? Always pay your debts. Let's see. 2866 oh my god. I don't even bother trying to say it. 264. Okay. 286264. And send. All right. There we go. Don't spend it all in one place, my man. Well earned. Well earned. All right. Let's get out of here. Where am I? Everest Harbor. Is that a good thing? I actually don't know. Is that where I want to be? Hang on. Not really. Not exactly where I want to be, but that's okay. Indeed, they're not. I'll watch this again. It's pretty good. Bro, you good, dude? What are you? Give me my, yeah. What are you? Hey, 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 are you seeing this? Dude, what are you trying to? All right, all right, you can have that. You can have that. Where's the other one? Okay. Oh my goodness, chat. Are you seeing what just happened? Equip. You know, do I have the... I do have the tractor beam. Sweet. That's all I need. So that's all I need. What about ammo? There's probably no gun shop here, is there? Ooh, what is this? I don't know what that is. I don't think they have ammo in here, do they? Okay. Okay, I still need ammo though. Let's see. Okay, so that should be at least 2 clips. Okay. All right, get wrecked. Get wrecked. Hangers and habs. Ooh, somebody raided the Hurston security. Look at this guy. Or gal, I don't know. All right, let's retrieve and get out of here. All right, pad 01. Oh. Oh. Wait a minute. So there's my tiger claw. Very cool. Where is my gun? Where's my med gun? Unbelievable. No, I like literally, I actually don't have it, do I? Okay, so I don't have any medical. Okay. Is what it is. All right. All right. I'm back. Right. All right. Okay. I need to find the. Oh, need to find the right station. Let's see. It's like LV. Let's see. I'll know it. I'll know it when I see it. Ah, there it is. That's the one. The data center. Go. I think I'm getting negative reputation for this too, but that's okay. That's all right. Let's see. It's supposed to be a turret here. I fly to the wrong one? I don't know how I... Hang on, let me see if I can check this. Oh boy. Alright, let's see. Okay, forget it. Alright, let's see if I can... don't see. Yeah, it doesn't say which facility this is. No. Oh man. Okay, great. Great. That figures. That figures. No turret, you know. That's what I get. Man, I gotta fix this. All right, let's go. It's turn and burn, baby. All right, let's see. Let's do this, and then I wonder if Mike L1, can I buy weapons here? I think I can. Port Tressler, maybe? Let's see. All right, whatever. I'll find it. Excuse me. It might be a good idea, actually, is putting in a display capture, would it be? Yeah, maybe it's a display capture. Or maybe a browser, maybe? So I can add the video. That might be interesting. Let me see. Hang on. Store. Let me see. Let me see if I can do this. Let's do a browser, a specific browser window. Yeah, create new.
So that's one. We'll also have some for like heating up the rooms. We also yeah, that would be a bunch. It's gonna be like a real system inside of the ship that you can put things in and make it work.
There's a follow-up from chat that says, "Will scrolling by. Will depressurizing rooms during combat provide any advantages to stuff? Can you drawing the air out of a room if your attackers aren't helmeted?"
I mean,
Stuff like that?
possibly you'd get more power. Life support obviously uses power, so I guess if you kind of turn it off completely, then you'd get more power. Yeah.
I like the engineering gameplay of cut power to life support, all power to engines.
Yeah, exactly.
If you've got a really huge ship where the life support's taking up a lot of power, then that could be a thing.
Or some damage.
But I think that question was more aimed on offensive uses of life support. And yeah, you'll definitely be able to turn off the air if you've got borders.
For the borders,
right,
yeah.
Yes.
Of course.
what if,
and you can like heat it up, cool it down. Yeah.
But we'll be rate limited on how much the life support system can actually suck out of that room in a given time.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously rate limited, and also, well, once you suck out the atmosphere and you don't put it in the tanks, it's gonna be gone. You can vent it outside, yeah, and then it's lost. So you can also have to think about that. So that's if you have a room in your tanks, then it's fine. But
what about replacing the oxygen with something toxic?
So in T0 we won't have support for like composition of the atmosphere. That's not yet a thing.
How do I capture only the video?
Of course.
Though I'm gonna have to look this up.
There will be something similar with fire, I guess, that fire creating excess carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide does make the room it's in toxic, but you won't be able to do that on demand in T0.
That seems to be a good bridge into resource management. I don't think you can talk. I mean, any discussion of life support has to go right into resource management.
Yeah.
They're inextricably tied. We haven't talked about resource management since we had that wonderful demo with Dan Truffin way back when. What can you give us about it before we get into the specific questions here? What can you give us of as a general kind of update? How is it going? Is it going? Is it moved since we showed it so long ago?
Yeah, there are improvements. I mean, some things are necessary for life support to use it. Yeah, so that's what I'm working on partially. So we have like.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Star Citizen Live, the EU-PU gameplay feature team. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. And if you've never seen a Star Citizen Live before, it's where we take about an hour out of the end of our week and we hang out with our developers. Sometimes we follow their process, see how they work. Sometimes we throw them to the wolves and answer your questions live. On the show this week, we have members from our EU-PU gameplay feature team. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
We've got we've got Yarrick this way, Jacob, and Torsten. Torsten and Jacob, you've been on the show before, but every show is somebody's first show. So let's take a few minutes and introduce yourselves and tell everybody who you are and what you do for Star Citizen. We'll start with you, Torsten. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Star Citizen Live, the EU-PU gameplay feature team. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. And if you've never seen a Star Citizen Live before, it's where we take about an hour out of the end of our week and we hang out with our developers. Sometimes we follow their process, see how they work.
I think we already mentioned that. So yeah, obviously you have the filters for the air. So for the scrubbing,
see if I can't figure this out really quick
from the CO2. So you need a special material for that will take care of it. And so that's one. We'll also have some for like heating up the rooms. We also
Excuse me.
Yeah, so we've got a bunch. It's gonna be like a real system inside of the ship that you can put things in and make it work.
There's a follow-up from chat that says, will depressurizing rooms during combat provide any advantages to stuff? Can you drawing the air out of a room if your attackers aren't helmeted?
I mean,
like
possibly you'd get more power. Life support obviously uses power, so I guess if you kind of turn it off completely, then you'd get more power.
Okay, interact.
I like the engineering gameplay of cut power to life support, all power to engines.
Yeah, exactly.
If you've got a really huge ship where the life support's taking up a lot of power, then that could be a thing.
Or some damage.
But I think that question was more aimed on offensive uses of life support. And yeah, you'll definitely be able to turn off the air if you've got borders.
For the borders, yeah.
Yes.
Of course.
What if
and you can like heat it up, cool it down. Yeah.
But we'll be rate limited on how much the life support system can actually suck out of that room in a given time.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously rate limited, and also, well, once you suck out the atmosphere and you don't put it in the tanks, it's gonna be gone. You can vent it outside, and then it's lost. So you kind of also have to think about that. So that's if you have a room in your tanks, then it's fine. But
what about replacing the oxygen with something toxic?
So in T0 we won't have support for like composition of the atmosphere. That's not yet.
All right. Well,
but you're
it's
open to it
kind
later
of
on.
cool, except now.
There will be,
I
something
can't
similar with
hear it,
fire, I guess, that
so
fire creating excess carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide does make the room it's in toxic. But You
Yeah,
won't
it's
be
okay,
able to do
whatever.
that on demand in
I'll figure it out later. I can't hear it now, so I think I'll have to set it up on the other one. but-
That seems to be a good bridge
yeah,
into
anyway.
resource
Let's see,
management.
what am I
I don't
doing?
think you can talk. I mean, any discussion
ammo,
of
I
life
think,
support
right?
has to go right into resource
Ammo,
management.
and
They're
then
inextricably tied.
Probably click to menu and then try it
We
again.
haven't talked about resource management since we
hopefully
had
it's
that
not bugged.
wonderful demo with Dan Truffin way back when. What
let's
can
see,
you give us
Galleria.
about it before we get into the
I feel
specific
like I was just
questions
here, though.
What can you give us of as a general kind of update? How is it going? Is it going? Is it moved since we showed it so long ago?
Yeah, there are improvements. I mean,
Stegman's-
some things are
this
necessary
is-
for life support to use it. Yeah.
Okay. Please tell
so
me I can buy
that's what
weapons or
I'm
something.
working on
Armor,
partially.
undersuit, miscellaneous.
So we have like,
Let me see if I can.
I guess support
one
for
of
it
these at
to
least,
interact with
yep.
the room system. Yeah, to exchange
I don't
the
really
gases
care
from the
about
tank
armor.
with the rooms. Yeah, and
It's
that's
too
all coming
easy
together.
to die anyway.
You got anything to add, Torsten?
About
And
down
in
here.
addition to the work
Okay, that's
that
food
Yaro does
court.
for the life support,
wow.
we also started working on the proper
I feel like sometimes
engineering
they
screens
hide
because
stuff
they are
back
the
here,
same.
right?
So basically, the life support UI interface will be just an
Now,
an
in this
overlay
case,
or
yeah, there's
the
nothing.
layer inside the engineering screen. So
Oof,
every
that
engineering
frame
screen
rate,
is
man.
also directly a life support
Yeesh.
user interface, right?
All right, let's run downstairs. See what we got.
Just because it was that Halloween episode way back when nobody's seen or heard from Count Disco since. We've gained a lot of Star Citizen backers since then. Can you give us a
Clothing.
kind of a
I do
general
not
overview?
understand this.
Obviously,
Why would you put
I'm
clothing
not
in
gonna
here?
ask you to-
It doesn't do
you
anything.
clearly do it as we demonstrated with the refueling.
Yet.
So
Like,
not
why
the
would-
entire loop, but
why wouldn't there be?
what are our goals? What are the goals? What's the intention?
Anyway.
Just the top level of resource management, power management, however you want to refer to it. What are we trying to do here?
So our goal there is to give the all resources distribution of any ship in player's hands. So we have fuel, we have fuel that is consumed by the
Yeah,
power
I
plant,
don't think Cargo Center
and
would
by
have.
the engines, and you are in control
would
of
have
how much
anything.
fuel those engines
So,
and the power
unfortunately,
plant
I don't think
gets.
they have any
And
weapons
depending on how much fuel the power plant gets,
here at all.
it
What do
will
I
create
have? I already
energy,
checked
and
this, I
you can
think, and I
distribute that
don't.
energy.
Oh.
So, for example, you could even say, okay, I don't need any
Ah,
light
but I
on
didn't
my ship.
take the.
So
Do
none
I have a
of the
custodian? I do.
energy goes to
Huh.
the light or the doors. So all the
All right,
doors
I'll
stay
just-
open for the
yeah, I'll
full
take this for now.
time,
All right.
but all the
Put out
energy
the
goes
menu
to
and
the
hopefully it
weapons,
fixes
for
the.
example, or the shields. So
bugged
this
out
is
security
something
station.
that
Let's
you
see.
will be able to manage on the fly. So dynamically, anytime, any day, on any ship, you will be able to have full control over the resource distribution of your ship.
And this follow-up question is probably very similar to the life support one. Regarding resource management, will content teams need to rework existing ships before this can be implemented in the PU?
Yes. Quite significantly, actually, yes. Because we have some legacy systems that work, but are not the ideal way that we intended to have it work. So there are some optimizations that we have to do so that it runs performant and that we don't put too much stress on everything, which is already quite stressed. So yeah, there's a lot to do on our side. So every ship needs to be touched, and every item that is existing also needs to be touched.
The good thing is that it's kind of going to be a bit combined, I think, with the life support. So because they both use obviously resource systems, so it's like at least it won't have to be done twice. Hopefully, maybe.
That's the big benefit of this system. So because we now have the opportunity to start or to work on life support in parallel with the engineering, they all tie together, and our aim is also to have them release at the same time, because it's sharing the same UI, it's sharing the same systems. So it is the same system, it just does a bit more complicated stuff with connecting it to the room systems and so forth. So yeah.
and it's not just your team. It's the UI team, it's the VFX team, it's the sound effects team. This is a major component of fulfilling that vision of ship life in the Star Citizen universe. And so yeah, you guys are here at the Vanguard, but eventually it's going to open up and it'll be an all hands on deck kind of thing.
It's every team is involved there. Every team has to do some update stuffs on their systems to utilize the new resource networks. So it's, like you said, every team has to be involved here.
We haven't talked looting. It's
excellent.
switch to
Back
some
to menu
looting stuff. We know that there are changes to loot generation coming in 3.17. It would be extremely useful if portable loot boxes would snap to the cargo grid of a ship or onto each other. It would. Is this planned for the future?
So, short answer is yes, but slightly longer answer is that the portable loot boxes in general are under a bit of a review. There's a variety of implications of them from both a balance and the performance perspective. So they are under review, but we do hope that in the future you will be able to stack them on your cargo grid and do anything else you want with them. That is obviously also awaiting the cargo refactor.
Why is there still no SCU cargo to loot around derelicts? What is needed to put them in?
So the why they're not there is a question for the level designers. But as to what's needed to put them in, I'm fairly confident that we have everything needed for that on the tech side. So yeah, it's down to level design to put them there if they want them, decide what goes where.
I'll add a little context to that just so Jacob doesn't have a sniper dot from the level design team on his chest tomorrow afternoon. That is part of the work that Montreal is doing with the new complete revamp of derelicts from the ground up. Part of what you saw in ISC yesterday and stuff is them building out the interiors and all that stuff, and as part of that there will be loot generation spots and stuff like that. So that's all part of the new derelict 2.0, if you will, for lack of a better term.
Pad
Yes,
1, was it?
I should
Pad
add
2.
that we have been in constant contact with the level designers, including the Montreal team. So yes, they are aware that this is a thing that we could do. They are considering it, etc. We're all working together on this.
Yeah. Will there ever be items or weapons found exclusively through looting, i.e. you can't buy them in stores?
So that is absolutely a yes. I think it was on one of the recent ISCs with Samuel Molina, who mentioned that yes, for 3.17 we're introducing for the first time different rarity levels of items and loot boxes. So yes, some of those rare items will not be found in stores, and they will be hard to get, proportional to their value.
Mm-hmm. And I don't want. This is where I'm going to go ahead and say that there are 9 of those Pico balls that spawn in the persistent universe, and only 9 that spawn on each server as they start. And I've been hounding Ben Dorsey to make them the most valuable item in the PU. We'll see if my peer pressure wins that or not. I don't know if it will. Probably not. People usually just shine me on.
All right.
Anybody's ever
Let's
met
see.
me.
So
Will hydrogen
Discord
fuel
is
ever be a lootable item
super loud.
that you can then go back to your ship
for
and
some
use it to
reason.
refuel yourself?
What's happened to my mouse? Oh,
It's a bit of a hybrid question between
there you go. Where's my
refueling and
mouse? There we go.
And can you
Okay,
use night
so
vision when you do it?
Discord's
Come
super
on.
loud. Let's get this down a bit.
that I'm not
I don't
answering
know,
that.
100 or so.
But
Input
as for
device.
the loot side
Yeah,
of
I'll
it,
keep that
we-
loud. That's fine.
we've
Okay.
been
Then
considering
let's turn this
all sorts
up
of
and
features
hopefully
and how they can
so
tie
output
into
volume
loot
will
generation.
be
Upcoming features,
about
existing
half
features we're
or so of
thinking
what it
about
was, and then I can
what
turn this up a little
related to this feature could you find in a loot box, and where would it make sense to find it and stuff.
bit. Okay.
So
right,
it's
let's
not
try that.
out of the question that fuel could be one of those things, but it does also depend on how refueling continues to develop, particularly with in-hangar refueling of ground vehicles. Those are things that are not fully fleshed out yet. So there are not plans right now
Where's my
to have
favorite
lootable
data
fuel,
center?
but we are considering
Where is it?
lootable
Where is it?
anything.
Oh, there it is.
Let's
For
jump to some general stuff here.
HJLBE. Does that mean there's a B?
Historically,
as well?
decompression was a thing with character force reactions and life support, atmospheric room containers. What's stopping the delivery of
guess
decompression
let's
and
go.
people getting sucked out of airlock mechanics? And we
So-
actually showed an early prototype of that back in 2015 at Gamescom.
Yeah.
Red
So
one,
we've
Jared, red
definitely been thinking about that, but it's mainly a prioritization and an order of business thing. That the people that would be implementing that, mainly myself and Yarrow,
Yeah.
are currently doing life support and other things. So
Yeah.
that's definitely on the cards, but later down the line, reliant on life support.
All right, so you would
being
think I wouldn't
finished,
want to be shot
before
at,
we
but
start
I actually do want to be
doing that.
shot at
Yeah.
because it means it's loaded properly. So
And yeah,
Okay.
again, definitely the
So
what's
hopefully I get
stopping
shot at.
part, there's
Time.
still a lot of other teams downstream requirements as well to get that sort of explosive
Oh yeah,
decompression working.
VFX, the sounds, the everything, of course.
All of
Yeah,
that.
that's again. It seems like such a simple thing, but then you kind of have to add everything there, and you kind of. So yeah, I think it's
back on the discussion of loot and rarity from the live chat here. Do you? I'm trying to think how to reword this. How do many games have like predefined levels of rarity? There's like common, uncommon, rare,
okay. Yep,
epic,
there we go.
legendary, to use the WoW model. Do we have those levels set? Are you
Alright,
are you at a place where you can
let's
share with us what are the rarity levels referred to
in,
as?
out this way.
And do they have
So-
colors?
They definitely don't have
Alrighty,
colors.
and then
We're,
we
we're
will
we're not doing that. It
come
would
back
not
in.
fit
Yeah,
with
slow
the
it down a bit.
sort of level of
and hope
realism that
I
we're
don't get-
going for.
Uh-oh. Yep, I'm getting hit here. I'm
we
getting hit.
do have
ooh.
Some fixed rarity
Okay,
tiers of
alright,
loot
very
boxes.
Good, very good. Ooh,
And at the moment,
Ooh,
off the top of my head, I think we've got common, uncommon, rare.
it's the,
But
it's the
what
tactical
that
call there.
means
Ooh.
is not
ooh.
a global
And good.
setting.
All right, cool.
So
So
what
let's get it.
how likely you are to find a rare loot box is not going to be the same in every location, and its contents are not going to be the same in every location. It's something that the designers are thinking a lot about, of how to balance what crates and what contents you get where. And it's also something that we are having ongoing discussions with the economy team about how we balance the amount of value you can get out of containers.
Also,
And-
rare for Stanton doesn't mean that it's
So
rare
for
in
science,
for
here I'm going to see
example.
what
So items
armor
that you
I have
are
in here.
more likely to find in Stanton are probably less likely to find in Pyro.
Gotcha.
Yeah, very,
So-
very good point.
So when we talk about rarity, we are not talking about stats. We are not talking about this thing is not using it
And
in the
hopefully not
traditional
die in the
WoW
process.
model, where every time you fight this thing, it drops
Fingers
an
crossed.
epic thing. We are talking about rarity in the truest sense of its word, and how difficult it is to find, how difficult it is to acquire. And what you're
Alrighty.
saying is that
And
items will be
this
rare
is
in
about to
Pyro, but not
be
necessarily rare
my
in Stanton, and then vice
bunker.
versa. Yeah, it's
Hey, bro.
we're
What's up?
taking it from a holistic, story-based
Goodbye.
kind of,
Goodbye.
what would likely be found in these areas, what would less likely be found in these areas, for a quite literal interpretation of the word rarity.
Ooh,
Yes,
yeah, here we go.
we have
Ooh, what the?
different
What?
sort of levels of system working together for that. When a designer sets up a location, they decide specifically to that location
Is that
how
desync?
likely different containers should be, and they
It's got to be
can
desync, right?
decide how likely certain types of loot should be. But then we do have
Oh,
a
man.
broad sort of grouping of which items on the whole are more valuable, uncommon, rare, whatever, are more. So it helps the designers to approach things bit by bit. They can do
Yeah.
broad strokes, and they can get right down to specifics for individual locations.
Yeah, so I want to shout this. I want to make sure that this gets really clear out there, because I'm looking at what's happening in chat right now. It is not a rarity is not a measure of the quality of the item and it's like that. It is not gear score. It is not a purple item is better than a blue item kind of thing. It is on Microtech, you're more likely to find a Pico. On Crusader, you're more likely to find a Finley. On Hurston, you're less likely to find either one of them because Hurston hates those guys. Stuff like that. Not using that specific example, but as just an analogy.
Yep.
It is about just trying to make loot seem diegetic and real.
I'm going to
and
collect my thoughts
for lack
and
of a better
rethink
term,
my
just
entire
makes
life,
sense
and
what
I'll
you
be right back.
expect to find in this kind of thing. Not to say that there can't be surprises. That's what the rarity is. Not that there can't be surprises. There will always be surprises in the world. Everybody loves a surprise. But it's about storytelling, as most things are at the heart of Star Citizen. Is engineering a profession like mining and refueling?
Yes, but also no. So yes, on the side, the main difference here is that for mining and for refueling, you have a resource, or you gather a resource and then you sell it either to a player or you sell it to a trade terminal. For engineering, it's you stand around in a ship and you press buttons, right? So it's a profession in the sense of someone better pay you to do your job, else you will mess up their ship and it might not work. But that's it. So it is a profession, yes, but there's nothing to trade with.
Yeah, it's another distinction from like the typical classes in an MMO. It's your character can act like a rogue, can act like a fighter, can act like a cleric, can act like a paladin. There is no, hey, suddenly I've chosen a thing and I have a label and I am this kind of stuff like that. So I think that's probably the better way to look at professions. As a human being who had 36 jobs before I came here, it's and it's had 6 titles here, even though my job hasn't changed. Trying to label what you are and how you do in life is not always the easiest thing. And I think we take that same approach in Star Citizen. We give you the tools to be a miner on Tuesday and be a salvager on Wednesday and be a refueler on Thursday and stuff like this. And it's not one of those is meant to like define you top to bottom kind of thing. It's like, this is my profession. It is, they're all opportunities for you to live your life in the verse and for you to swim through as you see fit. Got some Jean-Paul Sartier answers today. Is that how you say his name? I don't know. I shouldn't have even tried to pronounce it. I'm not the pronouncer person.
That's right.
Did I do it?
I'd say Sartre. I'm not sure.
Well, if I did, it was on accident. Let's touch some refueling ones before we gotta go again, since it's one of the big ticket items for 317. Will every ship in 317 have a physical fuel port on the top, and how will the second fuel port be used?
So no, not all ships will have the physical port to the top. So that is part of the gold standard. So some ships or ships that are coming are supposed to have it already. So it should be already planned for them.
Let's see. I
But
can
the
just
older
hold
ships, they need
what
to-
backspace. I think
Some
right?
of them need to be
And
added.
we're done
So
here.
right now the
And
Gladius already has it.
I'll be back.
And on the
Oh, yeah.
second part of the
I
question, the
will
second
be
port
back.
is mainly there for hangar refueling. So the top one is just there for in-flight refueling with the Starfarer, and the bottom one is if you're stationary, someone with a hose comes in and refuels your ship this way.
Okay. How will the development of ship-to-ship refueling
Alrighty, got a
change
fresh
the station
coffee.
and pad refueling
Ready
we've
to
had
rock.
going until now?
Let's see.
Well, we did
So that had to be
change
desync,
the
right?
refueling itself, but
That
we at least
had to be
updated
desync.
the UI.
So on my screen,
which I already mentioned.
pretty sure I had a clear
So
shot.
That's the only impact we have there.
So, all right, I'm gonna have a
Will there
have
be
a
an
little
easy
while
way
in
to
here, I
share your
think.
location
Let's
for refueling?
merits.
Yes,
Your
once
sentence.
we get the beacon system sorted, then yes. Yes, they will be.
Original sentence.
But that's not
American
317.
contribution time served.
Sadly
I
not.
got an
Sadly
hour.
not.
Okay.
And well, I think we just added an answer to this one already. Where does refueling go after 317? Service beacons, but also
Service beacons. There are some gameplays that didn't make it that we envisioned.
I'm glad
for the
317 is
refueling.
dropping
So,
because this time to
one
kill
thing-
is
So
rough.
I
and
think most of you are
rough,
aware
especially
that
with
there's
desync,
this mechanic of this
that kills you
hidden
for
stash
reasons that
fuel
are not
if you
your
are
fault.
stranded in space and you completely ran out of fuel, so you cannot
But
theoretically
It's all
dock
good.
to the boom arm anymore. So we have this reserve fuel that allows you to use this dedicated only with docking to be able to dock to the Starfarer again. This is just something there because we didn't get the
oh
tractor
my
beam
goodness.
right.
Excuse me, sorry
there's
if I
supposed to be a tractor beam
blew anyone's ears
functionality
out.
that can pull
Holy
you
moly,
in,
that
as
snuck up
well
on me.
as we envisioned
Wow.
more direct nozzle control, because right now the nozzle is very static, so it's a stiff nozzle, but we also wanted to
Okay,
have
so
some
what I
direct
want
control over
is
that. And tying to that, we also
maintenance
wanted to make it
opportunity,
more
sure.
interesting in flight for the
I will
player
take it.
attached
10,000 to
to the
15,000.
Starfarer, so
What?
that
Why is there a variance there?
there's
Is it like
attention
time-based?
gameplay. So if the forces to one side or the other
strike
are
inmate.
too
So
high,
where
you
am I
as the
going there?
attached ship have to maneuver
Route
against
1
them.
depth 11.
So
Okay.
this is something that we also
Route
wanted to
1
have
depth
there,
11.
but it didn't
Should have
make it
taken it
fit as
before
well.
I ran in here.
Um,
Although I do
Alright,
think I'm in
and,
Route
last question.
1. I don't want to run all
did
the
you
way
enjoy
down.
putting together your Lego
Only to find I'm in like,
Discovery?
Route
And can you implement night vision
not
in order to
1.
make it easier? I'm just
I
reading from
don't
the
get
chat.
how night mission would make it easier, but it's
I don't
a fun Lego piece. It's a fun
Alright,
Lego piece.
yeah. Let's go.
It's just what it said.
Uh,
All right.
whoa,
That's it,
whoa,
everybody.
what are
Thank you for being here, for coming back.
So that's
after we had to
3.
reschedule your show
So wait
last
a
time.
minute.
That's been Star Citizen Live, the EU-PU gameplay feature team. Keep an eye out on the robertsspaceindustries.com website for information on when 317 is
Okay,
heading your
so
way.
1, yeah,
I know it's
okay.
in Evocati right
let's go.
now. My understanding,
That's
at
what
least
that's what I
at this
thought.
time,
Just
this is
wanted to
just
make
me
sure.
being here for as long as I have, is that Wave 1 PTU is kind of a day-by-day kind of thing. We absolutely want to get it out in your hands and everything, but again, it has to reach certain thresholds. It has to be worth it. It has to be useful to get it out into those tests and stuff. So if it's already at a certain point where we don't need people to tell us it's broken because we already know it's broken, there's no reason to push it out. So check back on that for updates on when that happens. Next week is our last episode of ISC for the quarter before we go on our hiatus. We'll be doing our patch report. We'll go through all the stuff that's coming in Alpha 317 and something that I just realized that I actually can't tell you about because it's a surprise. So you'll have to tune in on Thursday to find out what that is. And then Friday, back here, April 1st, it's Jeremiah and I. It's gonna be dumb. You know it's gonna be dumb. I don't know what it is yet, but Jeremiah and I on April 1st. It's going to be dumb. And it may or may not be the last show we do here in LA, depending on visa processing time. So who knows? We might be here for a couple more weeks.
There we
That
go.
might be the last one. I don't know.
Nope, that's
We're just
exit.
kind of waiting. So for Jacob and Yerrick and Torsten, I'm Jared.
No.
Thank you for
Nope.
being here with us this week.
Why is
And
it not
we'll see you soon.
here?
Bye.
Where'd it go?
Bye.
Thanks.
I honestly have no idea what
there
we're
we
doing
go.
on April 1st.
Making
I
you,
just
making
realized
you
it was
work
April
for it.
1st when I
See
said
that?
that.
4.
It
Here
was
we
just going to be us goofing around, but now I got to come up with something, don't I? Yes, I know you can still hear me. We do this every week. People are like, we can still hear you. I know. I do this on purpose because I like
go. 5.
chaos.
Here we go. So it'll be interesting if at some point they add tunnels that you go down. If you go the wrong way, there's like a creature in there. It'll probably be like 3-4 years till we have a creature.
Hello and welcome to another week of the Launch Sequence podcast.
Go,
This
go,
time
go,
week
go.
25. We've been going for a little
6.
while.
Okay, we're
I'm your
going
host
11.
Keenan,
Wow, this takes a
and
little
I am
longer
here with
than-
a good friend, a community member, Which Space. How are you doing today, buddy?
than it has a
Oh,
bite
not
to
too
it,
bad.
You know what I'm
It's a
saying?
Friday, so that's always a good thing.
It is a Friday. It's
Okay,
nice.
am I
You guys won't be
crouched?
hearing this on Friday, but we're very
okay,
happy.
this is
Sorry if you're
just-
getting this
Hi.
on Monday morning. It's,
Alt panel.
I broke the fourth wall again, sorry.
yeah, it
What did I
happens.
just do?
It
I'm
happens. I do
drop
it all
it,
the
did I?
time.
Hang on.
So
Let me just
today
check.
we're
Okay.
going to be talking
Yeah,
a little
still
bit
got
about
it.
Star Citizen, mainly
Still got
server
it.
meshing. We got the Q&A earlier this week, and some extra information came out about
358.
the huge backbone feature to Star Citizen. Honestly, a big part of the game's success. We got to learn more details and get a follow-up to what we learned at CitizenCon. So I decided that I would like to have my friend Witchspace come in. He has a lot of background in this type of stuff, and I think he would be better at explaining it than I would be. We had a lot of good conversations, and so wanted to bring him on to talk a little bit about it. Can you tell everybody a little what your
So, getting
background is
there,
in this
getting
area?
Yeah, my day job, when I'm not blowing up spaceships, mostly my own, is I'm one of the code monkeys, back end for ZeniMax on their games.
Who's obviously doing a lot of tough work, just as tough as CIG, I imagine. And
Different.
different, yes. So you've been playing. How long have you been playing Star Citizen for?
Oh boy, I backed in 2012.
Okay.
I
know
was one of
around.
the first million or so, but I've not been playing consistently. I'm one of those people who pops in maybe once a year,
Okay.
up until about 3.10, 3.11. Once persistence came in and things were settling down a bit, and then I've been playing on and off semi-regularly since then.
Okay.
And probably more of late, because as many other space game enthusiasts, I'm playing less of another one.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes the focus shifts in the industry. There has been a little bit of a shift this year.
Yeah, I've not given up with things. It's very much just waiting to see things how things pan out with fixes and other stuff.
Right.
We'll see.
So do you actually, for those of you who don't know, we're talking about Elite Dangerous. Do you still follow it pretty closely?
Reasonably. I tend to watch a couple of streamers in particular,
Okay.
because I tend to trust their take on how things are going. The infamous Obsidian Ant tends to be my touchstone in a lot of that stuff. So
Yeah. I think a lot of us probably watch him fairly regularly. Did you... They were supposed to be launching to consoles in the fall. I remember that being kind of a big thing with the whole Odyssey launch. Did that end up happening? Do you know anything about that?
I think the last I heard, they are on indefinite hold Well, they fix things on PC,
Okay.
which personally doesn't shock me because I think they also said that they would be focusing only on what is now, I guess, the last gen of consoles, not the next gen of consoles. So getting some of the Odyssey stuff into those boxes is probably going to be quite a challenge. So trying to avoid having to do the work twice if they're doing a bunch of PC changes makes a lot of sense.
All right. Those old consoles, something that we were talking about in depth before the podcast, and we'll get into a little bit later, causing problems for various games throughout the industry. But first, I wanted to go back a little bit to, you had mentioned you have background in certain games, and you understand this server meshing technology, but are these the games that you've always been interested, kind of the larger MMO games, or do you have other genres that you like to play?
I'm bad. I play a bit.
Oh, interesting. So you can. So, okay. I need to change the whole thing here. Let's do this. Okay. There we go.
I'm recording.
And interact. And let's take off auto. And
Star Citizen Not So Live, starring Jared Huckabee and Todd Pappy, will begin in just a moment.
sweet.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. Unlike most Star Citizen Lives, this week's show is pre-recorded. As happens sometimes in life, schedules come into conflict. We're required to be in other places at the times when we want to do things and everything. So in order to bring you this week's show without having to postpone and reschedule to another week, we opted to record this a little bit earlier and replay it for you. So welcome to Star Citizen Almost Live, starring Jared Huckabee and Todd Pappy. Hi, Todd.
Hello. Hello.
We're gonna have to put I'll put a little thing at the bottom, like previously recorded. Maybe we'll see if that goes through at the bottom. Todd, because everybody's show is somebody's first show, tell them who you are, what you do for Star Citizen.
I'm Todd Pappy, Star Citizen Live Game Director. Basically what that means is I'm working with Tony and Chris and working on PU and or the persistent universe side of it, and building out different gameplay, different content, and making sure that everything that goes into the game feels good, looks good.
And compliment you on your Salty Crew shirt.
Thank you.
We're gonna have a question about fishing. We're gonna have at least one question about fishing, I promise.
Yeah.
All right, so today's show is all about Alpha 317. So as we usually do, we put up a thread up in Spectrum to collect questions. A lot of folks' questions had less to do with 317 and more about the long-term future of Star Citizen. Again, I'm going to remind folks that today's focus is we're going to try to keep it to the stuff of 317. We might dip out of 317 here and there, but for the most part, we're going to try to stay with our upcoming patch. To that end, let's just jump into the questions, Todd. Right off the bat, one of the biggest news, one of the biggest features of all 317 was finally having a keybind for calling the ATC. Some folks called it the greatest feature in Star Citizen history. Some folks called it what the hell took so long. This question says, how will the Hail ATC button deal with multiple ATCs being in range. New Babbage International Spaceport, the ground vehicle entrance, the Platinum Bay at the Commons, for example. Will it hail the closest one, or will it hail all 2 or 3 at the same time? How does this work?
So right now, I'll hail the closest one. If we need to adjust it in the future to actually cycle through multiple ones, so you can tap it, we'll look at that. But right now, we're gonna go out with it just calling the closest one.
Okay. And what took so long?
I don't know. Like, I mean, just from a new player experience standpoint, like this will help a hell of a lot.
Let's see. One of the big features of 317 is refueling. This next question says, is there going to be a fuel quantity rebalance for ships in 317 to make refueling necessary and to force more planning? Or are current fuel tank values going to be left as is for testing, similar to how medical gameplay is useful but not mandatory?
It will be rebalanced. Now, the sweet spot that we're going to be looking for is like how often do you actually need to refuel? Like, we don't want it to be like you have to refuel every 15 minutes or every 20 minutes. Like, it should be that it takes longer. It's not something that you go through or have to think about every single, ideally hour. So my sweet spot, I think, is basically between an hour and a half and 2 hours that you need to be thinking about it. That's just from straight flying. Now, obviously, that will depend on what ship you use, how you fly it, so on and so forth. And then also, if we're talking about quantum fuel, then it also depends on how far you're jumping, where you're jumping to, so on and so forth. So, like, I think that we are doing a rebalance, for it. But again, I think this will be our initial stab, and then from there we'll do tweaks and tuning, as it goes. And it might be that we're hitting very specific ships afterwards, or it might be, we just do a kind of general rebalance as well.
I think it's really important because we have gained so many new players over the last year and stuff. Folks who it may be easy to forget, or some folks may have never been made aware. Our live environment is still an alpha testing environment, so we are going to use that opportunity. However this goes out, when 317 drops, whatever the rate is when it drops, it is very likely to change, to be adjusted, as Todd said, either on an individual ship basis or across the board. We're going to use this opportunity to find that sweet spot.
Even when it's in PTU, so we're doing initial passes, and
Right.
then we're doing adjustments, and then from there, once it goes live, then I'm sure we'll be doing other adjustments for any other subsequent patches that we have. So
Yeah.
if we see any outliers or anything there that needs to be wrangled in, we will go in and fix it.
Okay. The Hull A is coming online with 317. With the Hull A needing to be in expanded mode to carry cargo, has the issue of ships resetting their transformation upon logging out or in from the ship bed been fixed? Or will you log in to find that all of your cargo has been sheared off because it defaulted to the compact position?
So as of today, which is March 17th, I was going to say 317. But is it 17th or 16th? 17th. 17th. Yeah.
We are talking about 317 on 317.
Yeah, very good. That there was a possible fix for the code that went in today. So basically, when we ship it, it should be solid.
And I know this is a more ship-related question, but will we be able to trigger the transformation at will? I know a lot of time the transformations were linked to the landing gear and stuff like that. Do you know if?
Actually, I don't know. That's something I would have to ask John about and how that triggers. But I mean, I'm assuming it's when we're going into different states.
Okay.
So just like VTOL or landing gear, so on and so forth. So
another big feature coming into 317 is the ability to sell stuff from our inventories. This question says, can armor and weapons obtained from the pledge store be sold? Or is it blacklisted to prevent people from abusing character resets to continuously resell armor and weapons?
Anything that's web enabled or web entitled,
Yeah, blacklisted.
can't be sold. If something actually is sold, then that's a bug, and we actually need to fix it. But when we last tested it, it worked that way. So anything that was, web entitled to armor or FPS weapons shouldn't be able to be sold.
Gotcha. This question came up quite a bit. Will there be an inventory wipe since the selling feature is coming and loot is updating?
Right now, we're not planning on it, or at least we haven't had those initial talks. Again, for us, now that we've got persistence and everything, we're trying to. Sounds horrible. We're trying to wipe less, and from there, we go in and just try to let it live and let it lie and see how it affects the economy. But obviously, if there's any sort of outliers or we see any sort of exploits or anything like that, then we'll go in and fix that.
Todd Pappy trying to wipe less. You heard it here first, folks. This is why this is the only place that would hire me. Let's see. Refueling gameplay. Is there only one type of hydrogen and one type of quantum travel fuel for 317?
Yeah, for right now, it's just one. We'll be looking into grades of fuel later on. Obviously, that to me ties more into like when we start getting into refining gameplay and when you're able to basically concoct your own gas types and everything like that. So, but basically, if I remember correctly, like, we're just talking about doing some minor adjustments. So, let's say it was a fuel grade of 98 versus 95. Okay, well, then that just means, if you're putting in cheaper gas, then wear and tear increases, other options increase. Maybe you're not getting the same boost. So we have all the numbers and all the factors that we need to go in and adjust. We have those available to us. So then it's just once we put in the hooks to have these different gas types, then this will allow us to start messing with that.
Since mining was first introduced, we've seen mining evolve quite a bit with additional iterations, more features, more side features that accent it and stuff like this. Can we expect something similar with refueling, that it will continue to evolve?
No, actually, not in the short term. So in the short term, basically that team is finishing off resource management, which is really the power gameplay that we need to basically get the engineering gameplay in ships, as well as making sure that our environments and ships feel alive and can be taken down in different ways, so it doesn't always end with the ship actually blowing up. And then that team is also working on life support and also working on salvage right now. So those are their main focuses. With refueling, this was really to get us prepped for pyro. And so, like with pyro, we won't have the same kind of infrastructure, when the way that we're building the solar system, because it's more gang run, as well as places will be abandoned or run down. So this is actually us prepping for this, so that if you need fuel and pyro, you at least can find a place that might sell you fuel, or they can come out and do it. Obviously, there's other gameplay that could be happening there, meaning some other people show up and with the nefarious intent. So, but yeah, from this standpoint, right now we'll get this iteration out, and then we'll move on to other things.
The next follow-up question touched on what you just said here. So are we actively working on a balance pass for all ships regarding QT travel distances, fuel tank capacities, fuel scoops, all that good stuff?
Yeah, and in fact, a lot of the ships that weren't supposed to have fuel scoops, because didn't have a way to constantly refuel them or refuel them out in the middle of nowhere. Now those fuel scoops are going away, and then the rebalancing is happening as well. So again, at least in Evocati, once they can actually play it, then they should be able to see those numbers. And then obviously once we go wave 1 through 4, then they should be able to start seeing the effects of it as well.
Okay. Will the ships that came out in previous patches be in in-game stores? There were always ships added in one patch available in the in-game shops in the next patch, but currently we have a bunch of ships from 3.15 that cannot be bought in the game.
Yeah, so basically the Cyclone or the Cyclone MT and the 72 Archimedes were added, and they'll be in 3.17. The Hover Quad and Cutlass Steel will be done for 3.18 at the latest.
Okay. What would you consider the top 3 milestones or achievements in Alpha 3.17?
At least for me, selling. So this allows us to, because before now we can go out, we can have, missions, find stuff, collect stuff with loot. Now you can actually sell stuff. Then refueling is a big one for us, just because I view that more as a minor career, but it is still a career nonetheless. Then there was, these two are kind of side by side, but there was some tech that was done for like the scheduling and automation support for dynamic events. So before, we always had to trigger this, by hand. So now this helps us out, and it's really on the back end. It's not really player facing. And then, at least from a visual standpoint, and making our planets feel alive. The stuff that Will did with rivers and same with the planet team stuff. So that's, I know it's 4, but those are the 3 big ones, or the four big ones for me.
Hey, I'm sure nobody is more happy than Eric Green to not have to sit there and trigger these dynamic events manually anymore. Shout out to Eric Green. With refueling coming to 3.17, will we see any NPC missions that involve this type of gameplay?
Not for this release. I mean, considering right now we're still getting the feature. We're basically finalizing the feature right now. Like, we're putting the finishing touches on it, and then with a lot of the AI focus being on S42 right now, like, this is one of the things where, with our kind of adjustment more towards S42 focus and getting the future teams working towards that stuff, and with S42 they need, a lot of different things that we need, meaning like, planetary nav mesh, or AI, or basically AI flying in, landing on planets, reinforcements coming off, these types of things that are a little bit more combat focused. So that's really where a lot of their energy is going into. If we do this, it would be one of our feature teams on the PU, helping to build up those behaviors and working that out. But right now, it's not planned.
I'm glad you touched on that. Let's jump one of these questions up here. But from the chat, from the thread here, we've talked a bit already. People know who have followed the roadmap. They know who they've followed the monthly reports, or Rich Tyver appearing on this show in the past. Our core gameplay pillar and some of the other teams have moved into I say Squadron 42 first focus. It's not that they're not making stuff for the PU.
And when we say core gameplay, what we're talking about is player systems. So like, FPS systems, and that's what we call our core team.
So this question, and you can expand on that when we talk about this here, goes, have you noticed much of an impact with the gameplay pillars moving to, this is the gameplay pillars, but the core gameplay pillar moving to Squadron 42? From your vantage point, how has this affected the year's schedule and content cadence?
A little bit. I mean, right now we're in the middle of the adjustment. So, Rich and I talk about it constantly, and any sort of feature that like the core teams are working towards are basically they're going through and they're working out how does S42 how does this work with S42, and then from there, if we need to take it and put it and bring it to the PU, then we'll go in and we'll actually take it and adjust it and get it working and either add what we feel like it needs from a Star Citizen side to it, or we'll take it just as is. um, but since they're going through and getting it to what they would consider alpha state for S42, and then it just trickles down. Like that's fine. It just might be that when they're not really dealing with the same constraints that we deal with right now. So basically, when we go through and we're doing this, we've got go no goes in the middle of the quarter. And so that's when we do our branching and everything. They're just working, and this is really kind of how traditional game development would work, versus building the train at while you're on the track.
Laying the tracks while you're.
Yeah, exactly. So basically they're just building, and then from there, it depending on where it comes in, that's when it'll drop to us, and they'll do their integrations, they'll go into game dev, and then from there we'll be able to take it and run with it. So it just depends on when it comes in the quarter, and then how much work needs to be done on it. So but we do, I mean, not all teams have gone over there. Like we still have a very large content team that works on the PU side, so in the EU as well as in Montreal. And then we also have 3 different feature teams that still work on PU specific features in the EU as well as in the US. So it's not like everything has stopped on PU to go work on S42. It's stuff still happening for PU. It's just that any of these core things that were needed for S42 first go there first, and then come down to us.
It's just a rearrangement of what's always happened. It used to be that it worked for PU and then it was adapted for Squadron. Now it's
Yeah.
just worked for Squadron and then it'll be adapted for the PU.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's just we just flip the waterfall.
Yeah, and it's not a bad thing, in order to actually get that game out, and frankly, I think all the teams and even I have a more of an outside view, but I think the teams there have been making great progress and have really felt that switch. And just like when it was on PU, like we felt that instant, it's basically like in 4-wheel drive versus 2-wheel drive, and you're stuck in the mud. So like you feel that instant. All right, go. Everybody's focused on this. Everybody's pushing. So I think it's been a great thing to happen for that team, and also for the company in order to get that out.
Yeah, and it'll be a good thing for the PU once we get past this transition period. Ideally, the idea is, and we'll, as always, we'll see if this pans out. But the idea is that these features will then come into the PU baked a little more.
Well, yeah, a little bit more baked versus half baked. But like there's a lot of different things that S42 needs, we need, but there were certain things that we're in complete opposite needs. So for example, like I feel like we need careers and we need to be pushing towards these things, versus Rich is like, no, I need this for S42. And so like it's just those types of fights were always happening behind the scenes. And then Chris would come in and be like, no, I think this is the priority, and you would do those calls. But now before it was definitely, I think, more PU focused, but now it's like, no, this is S42. Todd, you don't get to have this, or Tony, you don't get to have this. and
Right away.
we right away, but versus like we want it now, and we're a little bit like Veruca Salt, but for us, it allows us to, we're still getting it. It's just we're not getting it instantly, and so it just requires a little bit more patience, and that's not why I'm wearing the Salty Crew shirt. So.
And I also want to be clear before it gets quoted out of context. When you say we need more patience, you're talking about you and your teams need more patience. Just
yeah. Well, no, it's really more me, So, like, just because again, like like since Tony and I are the driving forces on this, we have to be pushing, and so it's always, I want like we're the players, and we're basically wearing little Timmy's hats or whatever of the players out
please,
there,
sir,
and saying,
can I have some more?
yeah, and saying, I want this, and I want it now, and so then the teams are
This
like, well,
so
you can have this.
this is
but
awesome.
in this time,
This is the first time I've seen this.
and then it's
Sup,
just
bro?
us having those discussions.
It's
This
brilliant.
is where I'm going to take a minute to let me push the button
Yeah,
here.
well
This is where I'm going
played.
to take a minute to entreat those folks who are watching the show and writing up summaries and going to Reddit and making, or Spectrum or wherever, and making posts about this or that, to please watch and rewatch and re-listen to that entire thing in context. Todd is being very open and being very candid about this change with you, and we absolutely appreciate him. And I entreat you to, when you talk about this online, to include all of the context and not to just take one line or half of one line and go alarmist with it.
I hope they
somewhere else.
incorporate a cancel
I mean,
button.
the work is being done.
You and me.
Yeah. The work is being done, and it's just that right now, we're getting things that are funneling into the PU now, like some fixes or those types of things. And then we'll have more next quarter, and then we'll have more than the following quarter.
Right.
So, like we are in the middle of that adjustment, in the middle of that transition. It's just a little bit slower now, and we know that it will speed up as time goes on.
The flip side of that, next question, with the new roadmap going for more complete gameplay rather than earlier on the roadmap and thus less content per patch, can we expect more quality of life improvements along the way?
Well, I guess I'm going to give you the kind of the generic answer for that. I mean, we're constantly trying to improve the quality of life. I mean, it's something that we've been trying to do for multiple patches, multiple years. And it's always dependent on what the team is doing. Meaning, because we have something like 50 different feature teams,
Please tell me they have
and
weapons
content
here.
teams.
It's the only reason I'm
really
even
depends
down
on
here.
what each team is doing, and like if they're slammed on some sort of feature or release, or if they're in the middle of just building something, then it's a lot easier for them to go in and fix a fair amount of quality of life things there. And then it'll also depend on how complicated that quality of life fix is. For example, like we know the star map is broken. We know, and
attachments. What do we have?
it's basically, but the star map is being worked on.
There we go.
And it's basically
Actually, you know what?
that team's number one priority
my
for S42. And then from there it will come to us. So but there's things like that are more complicated, and we try to spot fix it as much as we possibly can. But part of that is just we know that there's certain features that just need a full
suppressor one.
rework.
I'm not convinced these even do anything.
But again,
I'll
it
grab a
depends
couple.
on kind of the quality of life. Like, we're focusing on the ships and trying to go through fix any sort of lighting
I think I have
issues,
plenty of
fixing
these,
any
but
sort
do
of
they have
vis area
anything
issues,
unique?
anything like that.
FS9,
We have
kind
our
of
list
like this
of
weapon
stuff that needs
a
to be
lot.
done,
Let me
and
grab
through
a
every
couple
quarter,
of
the teams are
those.
trying to go through and fix it.
And
So.
then where's the
You've worked
ammo?
on
The
multiple
drum
games here.
F55.
Reworking a feature. Is this something
there it is.
normal that happens through any game
Look at that,
development, or is this something
150
unique
rounds in the
because
F-55.
we're running a live environment in the middle of our development?
I don't know what that is. F-55. I don't
s-
remember.
It depends on different
that
things.
is.
So
hang
usually
on.
with
All right, let's take a look.
normal game development, you
Let's
really kind of
see,
get one
what
shot
do I want to
at it,
bring?
and you're working through it. And a lot of times, once you get to alpha, and you get the game all together,
filters, go
then you
ammo.
have those,
A lot of FS9. I have.
you know,
I'm just gonna take these. I
malarkey
think.
just hit the fan
Whoa.
moments,
Full
you know,
up, huh?
and look at and go, oh, this thing really needs to be
Equip
cleaned
all,
up, or this thing needs to be
and
rebuilt.
So I bought the FS9.
Let's rebuild
but
it as
I'm not
fast
gonna
as we
take
possibly can,
it.
or we, you know, duct tape it.
Let's see.
Now,
I
for
already
us,
have
we're in a very unique
tacit
situation.
suppressor
There's certain things that were
1,
done a long time ago,
suppressor 1.
and
Why does that
then
look different?
now
Okay.
that
Anyway.
we've got a bigger universe,
Brilliant.
you know,
So
it's
make a note of
it's
that.
being
Mike
updated.
L1
Like you know,
has
for example, the
weapons.
QT HUD and
Actually,
other
do they
things
have
like
good
that. Like
armor here?
that to me is just switching it over to a different HUD.
Probably do.
You know, and fixing that, and that will
Let's
fix a
see.
lot of the QT issues that we have.
Uh,
So
I thought I saw armor.
from there, like there's other things there that just either teams have other higher priorities that are needed for S42 or needed for PU that kind of get in the way of this stuff a lot of times. So you know,
Look at
just
that
because
outfit.
we are dealing with the
Rad,
live
dude.
environment, and you know, when we
Wow.
are doing feature work,
I wonder if they have heavy.
before it was we've got 6
See,
weeks
armor,
on, and then kind of
torso,
6 weeks
what do
of
they
bug
have?
fixing and
Looks like it's
trying to
medium.
solidify things, and you're
Yeah,
doing work,
yeah, it's
but
just medium.
at the same time you've got live must fixes or evocati must fixes or PTU must fixes that are coming in, plus quality of life. So like it's just a mixture of you're working on the feature, but then you're kind of it's a little bit of stutter stepping that's happening. So versus traditional game development, it's just you plow on, you work, and you know then you really get to alpha, and you, a lot of times that's when you take a
You just kind of
breath
hope
and
it's all works.
yeah, exactly. And then from there, between alpha and beta and final, a lot of times that's when you're seeing a lot of what I would consider
Bad one.
crunch, you know, because a lot of times they're not in the state that you want it to be in, so therefore you have to go in and fix it in a very, very short time period. So, and that to me is the hard part.
All right, we had a little detour into the deep, more philosophical questions of game development. Let's get to something easy. What the hell's up with the coffee shop vendor? And of all the things that were prioritized, is it in preparation of something more substantial? It just seems like a reskinned bartender from where we're sitting.
It is. I mean, on the surface, it is. So, basically, this was one of our junior designers' kind of first tasks. You know, it was getting in and doing this, and this is kind of when the AI teams were shifting over towards S42 and basically dealing with other features. So, excuse me, this guy and the AI team, or the content AI team, were working on this, and basically we're getting moved around and pushed around onto different things. So, but this was something that they were working on and cleaning up, and this is really how we deal with vendors is basically they will be different reskins of the bartender,
Oops.
but in reality, like
What'd I do?
where I wanted this
There we go.
thing to go more towards was the black market dealer. You know, so somebody that can sell you something, you know, because like at least for black markets, we don't feel it's right that, you know, all right, hey, you're fencing something to a kiosk versus somebody. You know, it's missing that personal feeling. So that's really where it's heading. And there were some code changes that were done underneath, you know, to basically move it towards it that way. But you know, I can definitely see from an outside perspective of this is a reskin, and in many ways it is.
It's an important. I brought it up not just because I thought it was funny and I like throwing you curveballs every once in a while, but again, this is the only place that'll hire me. But I think it's important. We don't always when I say we, I mean the folks outside of game development. You know, I'm a fan of other games and stuff like this. We don't always see the context behind some of these decisions, and we often forget that you know, video game development, Star Citizen, just like anything else, there's turnover. There's new people coming on board. There's old people leaving for other opportunities. And when these new people come on board, you don't just throw them down the well and be like, make server meshing happen. It's you start them on these smaller, you know, beginning tasks. Many times they have to learn the tools that we use. They have to learn the processes that we've developed and stuff like this. So a lot of times when you see when backers see kind of a head scratcher, like this seems like a weird kind of side kind of thing like this, whether it's our game or some other game or whatever. Just keep in mind, there's always context.
I mean, there's so for example, like there's combat features that need to be worked on or focused on, or there's flight features that need to be worked on, focused on. Well, it's the same thing with social features. So,
Right.
like, this is just something that, you know, whether it be a pizza vendor or a coffee vendor or any noodle vendor, like, there's just vendors in game that, you know, need to be worked on, need to be built out. Like, it was just that we chose this one first, and then that's what we did. So, but you know, in many ways, this is just laying the groundwork for other things to come. But you know, for right now, a lot of that focus, again, the feature team and the tech team, most of their focus is shifted over towards S42. So it's really basically getting that stuff working, and most of theirs are going to be focusing on combat. You know, making sure that that's tight.
It's like the moist eyeballs thing. It's like people work on the things that they're here to work on. Let's go back into some more feature discussion here. Are the prices of items that can be sold to vendors going to vary as more people sell said items, or is it going to be fixed prices for each and every item they find?
Right now, it'll be fixed. In the future, we will be going through and adding variability based off of like wear and tear, how many how many items that store actually has in its stock, so on and so forth. But like right now, it will be fixed.
Okay. Do you know if those items go into the inventory to then be sold back to other players? Like if I sell up 500 you know, med pens to a vendor, are they going to have 500 med pens to sell to other people now?
It might. I don't know how that because right now, like, I don't think it's an additive quantity on. I don't think it adds it up on top of it. I think it's basically like, all right, hey, we'll buy it and then kind of clean it out of the, you know, like just like for we have different things that interject into the economy and things that we use to pull out of the economy. So like I think with this is just a way for us to pull stuff out of the economy right now.
Key term right now. Are the oh, I already did that one. With Rivers coming in 3.17, has there been any broader discussions recently or anything in development this year on what gameplay mechanics Rivers and Water in general players might see?
There's been talks. So I mean, there's the dirt buildup or material buildup that happens, you know, just in general. So like, you know, you see it like with the frost on the armor, but we need to get frost on weapons. We need to get frost on backpacks, so on and so forth. So it would be the same thing that would happen here. Like you get mud buildup on ships or on your player. And then from there,
all right, just grabbing a coffee really quick.
It's just right now, as swimming's not a huge focus for S42. Otherwise, we would have got it, you know, sooner, you know, than we are. And then
jump.
from there, you know, we're still focusing on basically filling out other core gameplay careers. versus doing like fishing or that kind of stuff. So even though I love fishing, but like I feel like we need core gameplay careers first before we start going in that road.
You just scooped my last question. Fine, whatever. Let's see. Any news on the implementation of Quantum? Now that selling items is around the corner, will the selling price? Oh, very. I guess. All right. So any news on the implementation of Quantum? We'll leave it there.
Yeah. So this I talked to Tony about it today.
Yeah, so that's
there's
a little
no
bit
plan
weird.
on
It seems like
Quantum in 317
my microphone is
to
cutting
dictate
off
the price of
my
three commodities,
audio.
repair materials, quantum fuel, and hydrogen fuel, and where service beacons occur.
Yeah, maybe
the
not.
Price, and then 3 probability volume tags: piracy, security, and freighters, at about a dozen locations. So like that's the way that the first iteration of quantum will be put in, and then from there, again, every quarter we'll build on it and adjust it and then go from there.
So I'm sorry, did I mishear you? You're saying that Quantum.
All right,
will
so
be
this is
dictating the prices of
third
those things in
attempt.
317?
It's that, yes. So, but it'll be dictating the price for 3 commodities.
The first time it
Not
was
all the
bugged.
commodities, just 3 of them.
Second time
I
I
think that's
killed
news in and
myself
of itself,
with a
that
grenade
some
due to
aspect of
desync.
Quantum will be driving stuff in 317.
That's the goal. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's try not to die for a stupid reason. Yeah,
How
what is
long
that?
until
Is somebody
shopping
here?
kiosks are able to filter their stock more effectively so you can make better informed purchases?
Oh,
Is
that's probably
listing
me because I
every
died.
single color of a particular piece of
Actually,
armor, for
no, 'cause I
example, an efficient
switched-
way to display them succinctly?
Wait, I don't
Wow,
have a
the
corpse
questions
though.
are
That is me. It's an
I'm into
origin.
the questions
Yeah,
this
that
week.
is me.
Well, so for this one, first things first, we've done a complete rebalance of what's actually being sold in stores, and we've actually pulled out a lot of them, and it will be in loot containers now.
And I'm not being shot at.
So
There we go.
where we were getting like 20 or 30 armors that had the same colors or sorry, different color variants. Now
So
you
that
should see
checks
a
out.
much smaller
Let's
stock.
spin it
And then
around
from there,
here.
we do know that there needs to be
And
code
I can't
reworks
see
or
anything. Here
adjustments
we go,
to the
that's
actual
better.
UI.
Oh.
But right now we do currently have other what we view as other higher priorities to get those
Ooh
fixed.
boy. Ooh boy.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
certain things there that like even when you're buying ammo and sort of
That is a
attachments,
nice looking ship.
for the FPS weapons, remembering
Am I
okay, oh yeah, it's
right?
this FPS
Okay,
weapon
let's
that I need
land
to borrow
and
the
get outta here.
ammo for. Like there's different ways that we can adjust it and make sure that it's more user friendly. It's just currently we have other higher priorities for that team to be working on, like physicalized cargo and other stuff that Tony's working on.
Speaking of physicalized cargo, the ability to sell or even access stolen ship cargo. Anything you can tell us about that? Does that require the physical cargo refactor?
Yeah, it does require the physicalized cargo. So, once that gets going, then you should be able to interact with the payloads that are in the cargo area and be able
Okay,
to
hang
pick them
on.
up, adjust
Let me
them,
just.
steal them.
How do I?
So like it's, and then also when you blow up ships, we'll get rid of the 1A SU that pops out, and so now it'll be the proper inventory actually pops out, and then you can just hoover that up and
All
go.
right. Well, this is embarrassing. I just realized I forgot how to
Are there
heal.
any new?
Hang on.
Is there
Option,
any?
keybind.
Is there any new mission content for Alpha 317?
On foot.
Um,
Heal is C. Okay.
maybe for a point patch, but for initial release, no.
Heal
The teams
and
are
then
really
that.
focusing
Okay.
on getting.
Alright, cool. Pull
What
out weapon. Let's go.
at least I call verbs out, like obviously we've got deliver or attack, defend, so on and so forth. But we have a list of verbs, and so each time we're building one of those verbs, it takes us a little while to build up the tech that's needed for it, and then also build up the first modular iteration, and then from there being able to implement it into the locations. So right now we've got a team in Montreal working on stuff that's we'll be showing I think pretty soon in probably one of our releases. And then obviously our teams right now in the EU are really focusing on getting Pyro working, getting other things built, and making sure that we're when we release Pyro, it's actually strong, and making sure that for our space stations, for our outposts and everything like that, like there's things to do there.
Okay. Is asteroid scanning getting fixed in 3.17?
We did do a fix for it. Now we'll need to check and see
Oh wow,
if
look
we
at
need
that.
to do any other fixes, but basically some of that might
Oh
need
my
to
God.
wait until server meshing comes
Run, run,
online.
run, run, run.
But
Okay.
we did do a fix.
Do you want to give us any kind of update on how server meshing is going? Is that even in your wheelhouse?
My reaction.
That's not in my wheelhouse
I
at all.
didn't think so.
So
I didn't
yeah.
think so. I tried, folks.
Yeah.
Let's see. Will players and/or NPCs be able to issue refuel beacons for owners of Starfarers to respond to at launch, or will that be added in subsequent releases?
Right now, it'll be in later releases. So it's something that we know we need to update, and we need to adjust. Kind of.
Oh,
the way
shit.
we do our service beacons, at least from a layout standpoint first, and then from there we'll be able to add the.
Sorry,
the
excuse my
refuel.
language. Wow.
Let's
I
talk
should've
about the
ran back.
desync improvements a bit. Folks who are playing Evocati right now are noticing some noticeable improvements to desync. I've been
Yeah.
personally holding
Time to kill
back
is so
talking
fast, I
about it
basically
because,
have to have
I tried
heavy
to avoid
armor,
being
I
Lucy with the
think.
football
This is-
in Peanuts. Like, hey, look, it's better, and then people get excited about
That's
it,
what
and
I'm
then I end up
learning.
yanking it away. I really tried to avoid that. Since it's already out there and people are starting to ask about it right now, what can you tell us
All right.
about
Hopefully
what's
317
currently
fixes
happening,
that a bit.
why it's happening, how it's happening?
Let's see what we got.
So,
What do you
so,
know?
so I talked to
I accept
Dave Wilson about
offer,
this today,
and it'll tell me
he
deck
wanted to
111. Okay.
make sure that I was very, very clear on this. So it's not the issue is a desync in time, not in position. So basically, right now the way it works is the more you move, the more it's wrong. And this was really done to smooth out the movement of the ships and making sure that things aren't, just jittering all over the place. So what we've done is we've exchanged that that there will be more time synchronized, but the ships might jitter a little bit more. So, and what will happen is we'll need to kind of see how bad the trade-off is, and see if this will really stick, or if we need to think of a different way of going. But no matter what, this will always be a continued effort, for us, as long as it's an issue, and feel it's an issue, and you guys feel it's an issue, and it's not something that's this might not be the complete fix, but it's more in the right direction. So it might be that, in the future, it's kind of a mix between the position and the time, so you do get a little jitter, but that's something that, Dave and the team will be looking at and seeing how they can fix it even better. But right now, this is the thing that they wanted to try out and see if it feels pretty good, and then we go from there.
Yeah, it's we've all been pretty excited on this end since we first started seeing it in Evocati and stuff, and it's hard because I know, I'm talking with Tyler, I'm talking with Jake, I'm talking with all like we want to run up to the top of the mountains and scream. You're like, hey, how awesome this is, but at the same time we know what the nature of game development is and stuff like this, and it may be good today, but then something happens tomorrow and stuff like this. So it's
and I think there's so many other factors that come into play. Obviously, speed of your actual machine, speed of your internet connection, the server frame rate, so on and so forth. So like once we get into wider PTU, then that to me is really where the proof in the pudding happens. And once we see larger numbers on this, but yeah, I do think it's a step in the right direction.
cautious optimism is what I recommend at the moment. And then as far as the server machine stuff goes and stuff, I know folks have been asking for an update and stuff like this. I see it all in the questions for this. It is still ongoing. It is still proceeding as we stated. Basically, what you saw at CitizenCon still applies. What you saw in the wonderful Ask Me Anything follow-up Q&A the community team did afterwards still applies. All that stuff is still on track. It's just we're not at a point now where there's anything really new to tell you other than things are still proceeding.
It's still on track.
How we said they would.
Yeah.
So trust me, when we have
basically all the downstream teams, like we're still working towards those dates, and we're still so we're still building. We're trying to make sure that everything is ready. Yeah. So it really just comes down to that team working on it.
Yep. And then perhaps the most important thing I want to remind everybody, because I'm a fucking killjoy, part of my language. We'll blurb. It's pre-recorded. We'll see if I remember to mute that. Is that it won't be a light switch. It's not going to be. There's not going to be a day where server meshing is turned on and everything is better. Quite honestly, it's probably going to be a day where we turn it on and everything breaks, and then we'll have to fix it and adjust and stuff like this. But it will continue to be iterated on and refined and adjusted just like anything else. So manage some expectations, and let's hope I remember to go back and beep or mute that because it's pre-recorded. Probably won't though. It was mentioned in ISC that rivers are a simple case of a few clicks and some tweaks. Why are we only getting one? Should we expect more with every patch, or will they go on the back burner now that we've got one?
Part of it is when the feature actually came in, because Will did the first one, so versus the Planet team doing it. So Will was basically working out the code, and then from there was other things that from visual standpoint that needed to be adjusted and worked out, and so there are plans to add them to Microtech and to add more to Microtech and add them to other planets that actually make sense. And so it was just that the Planet team was focusing on different things, and in reality, I think the feature. We did the go no go for it. I want to say early February. So for us again, mid-February, that's when we cut things off and we say, okay, we're branching. So there was no other time for the teams to go in and adjust and do things.
Yeah. So to the last part, do you think we'll add more in subsequent patches, or are they going on the back burner?
No, we'll add more. So I mean, as far as I know, it'll be something for 3.18 and 3.19.
Do you know if it has a name? Does this one river have a name?
No.
I asked Will when we filmed, and he goes, I don't know. So I don't think it actually has a name.
We can call it the Will.
Maybe we'll do a social media contest. I don't know. I'll talk to Dave.
Yeah.
We're wrapping up here.
Will McFace? I guess no, that doesn't work. So.
River McWillface.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Is that what you were trying to say?
Yes. Except there was a stroke that happened.
Let's see. We're just about done. As live game director, what is it like to be in the position's shoes, to make critical decisions about what you can and will not, what can and will not make it into a release? How, as part of the head of the organization, does the feedback from the community affect your day-to-day professional outlook or environment? I'm just going to hit the button and let you go. Go ahead.
I guess for me, I have the title live game director, okay, but we've got multiple game directors within the company. So Tony, myself, Rich, Nick, so on and so forth. So basically, I think every director is responsible for their teams and making sure that their teams are doing the job to the best of their ability, and basically the features that come out are as good as they possibly can be. So when we go into these go no goes, it's Tony or Aaron or myself, and if it's one of my teams, I have the meetings before, and I make sure that it's ready to go. If it's not ready to go, then I tell Chris and Aaron why, and have those difficult discussions. But each team kind of they have a director associated with it, and so it's those teams doing that. So when we're going into go no goes, and I'm going in for a lot of other teams, then I'm just looking at it and making sure it's hitting what I think it needs to hit. From a player standpoint, the look and feel. Um, have any of these edge cases been thought about? Like, how many are there other features that need to be done associated with it? Have you, and how many bugs do we have left? What's the overall feel of it? Does it feel good, or is there a little bit of clunkiness to it? But a lot of times when we're going into those things, we expect the directors and we expect the leads and the POs that are working on it to be those initial, those initial people saying, yeah, we're happy with this. We're proud of putting this out. And then from there, it's a call that we make, in that. So, like for Tony, like if he's looking at something, I trust him to look at it and drive it home, and so when we're going into live meetings or live release meetings, he's there, he's present, he's looking at it and making sure that it's good. If we're talking about like AC or Star Marine or Tau stuff, then that's Sean. He's there. He's in those live release meetings, making sure it looks good, and if there's any bugs need to be chased up or anything like that, he's calling it out. And then I'm doing it for my features. So I am really kind of the point of contact. If things aren't looking or feeling good, and then I chase up those teams and figure out what we can do with production. And then that's really kind of my live game director role, and then other times it's just game director. Basically, we didn't want to have two SE game director positions. So like Tony's got the SE game director, and I've got the SE live game director. So there's that separation. But again, for Tony, he's focused more on the tech. I'm focused more on the look and the feel. And that's kind of how we play off of our roles.
What?
And then,
what was that?
As far as working with the community, and dealing with the community stuff, like this to me is golden. Like this is,
okay.
A lot of times, with other games, you only get that feedback at the very, very end.
Don't mind if I do.
You're hoping and you're praying that, yeah, we did this right, and we hit it. And, I can guarantee you that basically every game director or every lead, when a review comes out, when their game goes gold and the reviews start coming out, like they're sweating bullets. You never know. And so this to me allows us to try it out and see what works, what doesn't work. And I work constantly with Bayer and the community team, Eric Green, basically our live production team, to look at the bugs that we have, to triage those, to go through, what's working, what's not working, what did players really gleam onto or grab a hold of, and then what isn't hitting home, as hard as we feel it should hit home, like, and then we go back to those teams and we talk about it and we figure out how we can adjust it. But like that's the part that I like. I used to view, like in games, you've got you'll be working on something and then you do a focus test, and a lot of times you're bringing in people from the outside and you're sitting there watching them play the game, and I would view it as that's kind of where dreams go to die. Like you have a dream of, hey, this is how this thing's gonna play out and work, and then you watch people play it and you're just like, oh, man, you're just pulling out your hair, like, why don't you know this? Why can't you see this? And this is our way of focus testing. So like this to me is good for us. It's true. It's true feedback and honest feedback, and that to me will only go in. Sometimes it hurts, but sometimes you look at it, you're like, oh yeah, how did we not see that? But it just goes into making the game better. And that to me is what it's all about, is just making the game as good as it possibly can be.
How did we not know players were going to overdose other players in green zones? How did we possibly not know that was going to happen?
Exactly. But that to me is fun. It's interesting gameplay. Like we never knew Jumptown 1 was going to be so interesting, but like it's immersive. Like this to me is fun and interesting. Like at least from a career standpoint, like this is so different than all the other stuff that I worked on in the past. And so every day is a new we call it a new fire, but to put out. But like it's problem solving, and that to me is the fun part. Like I love building and problem solving with the team, and going through that experience. It's new, it's fresh, and it's not for everybody, but like I love that challenge. And I like it when people tell me, well, you can't do that, and we say, F you, we're going to do it anyways.
It's one of the reasons we get along.
Yeah.
All right. That's it. We're at time, but I gotta ask: Are you sure wearing your Salty Crew shirt isn't like? Are you sure you're not trying to subtly hint that fishing is coming to Star Citizen?
No, it's something that, at least for me personally, it's super relaxing. My dad and I did it when I was younger, and then I do it with my kids when I can. So like it's something that is super relaxing, and I went to Florida and I saw the shirt and I was like, all right, I gotta get it.
So fishing in 318 then?
No.
319?
Keep on trying.
All right. I tried, everybody. Todd,
Nope.
Thank you for being on the show with us this week. Folks, remember that Stella Fortuna, I think Stella Fortuna is still technically going on. You can check that out. There's a bunch of new ship paints, 400, a 400i, and if I were better prepared, I would have had that stuff for you. Check it out. It's not going, and then we'll be back next week with ISC.
So that sounds like a confirmation fishing is coming, I guess.
And
but not
a
for a
special
while,
look at a team. Those of you in Evocati will probably be very aware of, but I think many of our backers probably don't even know exist. So we're gonna meet that team, and then we are on the way to 317. Currently on track to release at the end of this quarter, hopefully. It's always the hope. And I'm in the process of moving. We're packing up. Every week I see questions about the state of the set. We are packing up. I am relocating to the United Kingdom. I see questions like, "Oh my God, everybody's moving to the UK," and I'm like, I think it's just me. I don't know about where they're getting everybody from, but I'm pretty sure it's just me at this point. So lots of cool stuff happening on the horizon. Todd, again, thank you so much. I'm going to wrap this up and go back and mute that one part because it's pre-recorded and I can. Talk to you later, everybody. Take care.
Ciao.
Bye. I kind of just wanted to say it again right now. F-bomb. Hey y'all, Space Dad here. Processing your feedback while in the middle of development is a monumental task. It's no secret that the Star Citizen community has no shortage of opinions, and your tireless efforts in testing the persistent universe at all levels, from Evocati to PTU to even our live alpha environment, requires multiple initiatives to ensure that valuable feedback is properly received. Whether that's the developers themselves spending their time in Spectrum, Reddit, Twitch, and YouTube, to our growing community team and the likes of Ulf, Jake, Tamara, Christian, and more. Whew. As part of our continuing efforts to shine our proverbial spotlight on those folks who don't often get seen or heard from in traditional game dev spaces, we're changing up our origin story format this week to take a look at an entire team who outside of Evocati, folks may not even know exists. Whose efforts, much like those that we've just mentioned, is dedicated to collecting, processing, interpreting, and especially testing that feedback before passing it along to our developers for any potential action. So allow us to formally introduce you to the player experience team.
In player experience, we're basically one of the many voices of the players.
The reason why a player experience team matters
the most, because not compared to other teams.
Player experience actually takes the feedback from the community, actually understands the bugs that the live environment is facing,
and we'll use those to make the game better.
A day in the life of player experience team is
all over the place, actually.
Sorry, I have to laugh.
We almost don't know exactly what we're going to be doing that day.
We're kind of like the late crew here.
We start our day at 2 p.m.
to be able to play alongside players when these builds go out.
Beyond there, our day can exist from reviewing features that are upcoming.
We go to the issue council, we check to see what bugs have been reported in the latest builds.
One of our main objectives is taking those issues through the issue council and seeing if we can produce it in game.
Sometimes we get what are called QATRs, QA test requests from devs.
We report on those bugs, we tell developers here's what our findings were and how we got to the bugs, and here's what didn't work and what did work, and try all types of weird and interesting ways of breaking the game.
We're the gap between the players and the developers.
Working alongside the community team to make sure that your feedback gets heard.
There's traditional QA and we have the live QA from the player experience team. Traditional QA takes care of upstream features as they're getting developed, while player experience actually
attack things from a player experience point of view, going through the motions that a player would go through to try to target the issues in a way that dev QA probably wouldn't be able to reproduce.
Some of us take a look in the specializations of the game. Like I go into specialization of medical gameplay, so I could see the ins and outs.
I focus a lot of my time on mining and trading issues. Other members of the team
love to dogfight. Some people love to do FPS combat or missions or bounty hunt. It's all over the place.
So we have a great spread, and we kind of get to have fun doing what we are excited to do.
I think the main thing that I would want backers to know about our job and what our team does is that, we're listening to your feedback.
Our team itself is actually quite full of backers.
It kind of helps me put myself in their shoes rather than just look at the data and make a decision based off that data and not necessarily gameplay.
A joke made on the team a lot is that it's easier to learn QA than it is to learn Star Citizen. I already had my pet peeve bugs I wanted fixed. I already knew how the issue council worked.
I think it's important players do know that we see the issues, we see the issue council. We have some automated systems, and sometimes your issue council might say not a bug, but we are tracking it and we are aware of it. We go back manually and open.
All right, I'll be right back. Going AFK real quick. Okay, so I think somebody just came down to collect my bounty, and then I wiped out the bounty before they could actually come down to get me, and they blew up my ship. So, but I didn't have a HUD because it bugged out, I guess. So I couldn't give them a crime stat because, obviously if my HUD isn't there, I can't see to give someone a crime stat, so I can't tell what's going on. So yeah, super cool. So no idea who that was, no idea what just happened. Yeah, good times. And I think I'm gonna probably end it here. And yeah, obviously I don't have a crime stat. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it looks like I still have my stuff for the most part, except my weapon is gone. Is that right? Or maybe it's in here. Yeah, okay. Let's actually get all of this stuff out of my inventory. This is really annoying. They need to fix this. Zoop. All right. Well, that sucks. I almost had a ton of armor. What did I just see? Yeah. No, thank you. All right, whatever. Okay. All right. Anyway, that's it for the stream. Thanks for watching, if anybody's there, and I'll catch you next time.